Hello, my name is Allison, and I'm back in more Splatoon Raiders to finish out the true ending. Because there's only like 10 floors left in the final dungeon gauntlet. And there might actually be less, I kind of forgot what the exact count was. 88 to 90, but I think before that I am going to warm up with just one of the side levels, at least like a lower level one, just to kind of get in the swing of things. So we'll try a couple of these first, and then we'll go for the gauntlet to try to finish out the true ending. I did hear that there is like relics that appear by chance, and I can't really see where they show up until I get the relic for beating the gauntlet. Gotta remember some buttons. Also, I realized that I forgot that I have auto use on one of my gadgets, so I've been maybe making it slightly more difficult by manually doing them. Just try to take the win, because why not? Might have been a little bit too aggressive on my part, but also I'm pretty sure we won at this point. Just a matter of playing it safe. And there's a win. With my current weapon levels, we should be pretty much set up to get any of the other side levels, probably first try just purely off of damage. That seems like a good warm-up, so let's maybe try to see how I do on the first attempted post-game dungeon today. And here we go. The faster I finish this up, I might even get like the 100% reward, which I think is basically I need to find every relic type. There's a bunch of orbs down there if I need to go for those. And there's that floor done. That was a little bit of a waste of a super, but I just wanted to play safe. In fact, I think it was like a total waste of a super because I just needed to like knock out those two enemies and I would have won. Plus I do feel like I'm a little bit out of it today, but it still seems to be going slightly well because I just have enough upgrades to do well. There's every floor done. Only one life down, but I did burn my charge there because I was worried about the timer. But if I'm like first trying floors, then we should be pretty good to finish this quick. If I do finish it quick, I'm definitely going to try to lock in. Just getting everything else finished. And a bit of bad luck there because I got caught in a weird spot. And bad luck. I think if I had just gone for the enemies there with the super instead of going for the orbs, I would have maybe won. Also, I played that a little bit too safe and the enemies caught up. But not bad for like second attempt after one map. I was basically just one enemy away from winning and I just didn't quite lock in the one I needed. That was not a good knockback. That was a particularly bad knockback even. And there's a win, and I save my super since I lost a life, so that's probably a good trade. And I'm gonna run out of time. I just didn't quite get the kills I needed. I think when I used my super there, I didn't get enough power eggs out of it. Also, I should check what level I can get to with my current gadgets. I forgot if I was building towards anything else major. That was just a case where I probably wasn't quite aggressive enough, and I was kind of focused on getting the snipers down instead of getting the kills locked in. I feel like I'm getting a lot of bird enemies this time, and I'm just not kind of dealing with them. Really don't want to take a death there, so we'll just do that. And take a win. I feel like I got a little bit head fogged. I'm kind of working through today before I can really lock in, but also with my upgrades I might not even need to lock in super hard for these last ones. And I couldn't quite get away. And there's a win. Going into final floor with a full charge and 2 lives is a pretty good start. Two snipers there was a bit of a problem. And we won. So that was a much better ending there. Still got a little bit dicey towards the end for kind of the same reasons as before. But getting through is all that matters. Big value up on that one, and it's on an ability I use, so even better. Like 20 billion until the next title. Mega Power Collector is probably one of my stronger go-to abilities at the moment. That's actually a really good one to get the upgrade for. I'm pretty sure it's 100 floors and we're into the 90s now. And that one went pretty well, so I feel like the last 10 aren't going to have like a massive enough spike to be a problem. Couldn't get them killed before they turned around. That was a bad knockback. Dealing with the eel mini-boss here is kind of an issue. I think if I had just gone down the road there, I would have gotten everything I needed. That's just a case where I wasn't locking in the kills I needed. And I was kind of panicking because of the eels and also some random knockbacks. I think I need to go up and knock out that sniper. I was trying to just focus down this eel. There's a win. That was a little bit close. I almost had to burn my charge to lock that in. gonna play it safe here because I'm in a weird spot. And there's a win. I was a little bit iffy there, but I figured I was close enough. I just needed like one enemy to lock it in. This is a weird spot to be in. I was so close. I just needed one more egg. I didn't see if one dropped, but I was trying to knock out those last few enemies to get it locked in. So explosion damage would be nice, but I need gems. So it looks like gems are kind of my big block for this one. Like I would say this one would get me better damage, but I don't think I have the upgrade I need for it. I think I'm just kind of missing gems in order to upgrade a lot of those. Because I just don't, I only have one on hand. We'll take another 16,000 there, which should be enough for at least one upgrade. Like if I have something equipped that I can upgrade, that's just free damage. This one seems like a safe upgrade that's just free. If I had a gem, I could do a good duration up, but I feel like there's a better duration up out there that I should wait on. This one I would obviously like to just upgrade that one so I just get better range. Charge speed, I feel like there's going to be other options, but maybe I should just upgrade this one to have it. We'll just do it for the small bonus damage and also the extra slot. I can just get a 20% explosion damage. And back in we go. I don't know if there's any missions left that drop gems at this point. Or at least that have like guaranteed gem drops. I got hit by random missiles at a very inopportune time. I should have just kept going, but I got a little bit greedy trying to use the gadget. This might not be the one. Yeah, that one I was just a little bit too slow in getting kills, and I got a couple bad deaths in there. I do think my opening there wasn't bad, and I did get one of the videos out of the way. That's probably me dying unless I get away. I'm just really struggling to get these wheels knocked out, and I kind of really need that, and it's just not happening. I need to maybe find a weaker enemy to knock out in the meantime, but I'm just kind of getting juggled around by those. Like, I'm not seeing the other, like, mini-bosses show up, I'm just seeing the regular enemies, which isn't giving me enough eggs to just win. That was a really bad time to get knocked off the edge, but I win as long as I can reach those eggs. So at least we saved the charge, but I did lose a life because I got a really unfortunate knockback. I got hit by a random sprinkler hit. I think if I had gotten that mini boss out of the way, I would have won, but I just wasn't doing enough damage, and I missed the ice. Or I should say, the ice attempt. Because it is a % chance that they freeze, but if I landed that, I think I might have been able to knock them out and get the win. Like this particular spot I'm in, so we're just gonna play safe and go for a win. And we got it. All it costed was a charge that time. I got caught in a bit of a weird spot. And I got caught in a weirder spot. Could have actually just popped my charge, but now I feel like it's a waste if I do. Although I think I lose if I don't. And we lost anyway. I just wasn't getting enough kills and I got caught between a bunch of enemies. Which feels bad. Let's see if I can upgrade my weapon anymore. I think I might not have enough. Just barely enough for one. I would say if this is the small wall I hit, I might go do some of the other side missions. Because it doesn't feel like I need a whole lot of upgrades to get through this, I just need like a couple more. Was maybe the worst knockback I could have gotten, and I don't know why I got stuck afterward. And I got caught in a sniper line. And we just didn't get enough kills. That one was a little bit weird paced. Like I feel like I just wasn't getting the enemies I needed. And I spent too much time kind of running away from the eels because I missed my chances to knock them out. And I was kind of hoping I could get like something to give me a charge there. There's a win, but it did cost me a life and a full charge. This one, I just kind of don't like the enemy makeup, and I'm not getting good enough use of the layout because of the eels. I couldn't get away. And another one where I was just too slow on getting the enemies. I do think going for that mini-boss is the ideal strat there. The issue is I just need to clean up the smaller enemies on the way better. Like that one eel, I kind of ran by them a bunch, but I just wasn't locking in the kill there. And I was trying to go for like the big guy who was throwing bombs, but I just couldn't quite lock in the hit. Yeah, we got it. That was a much cleaner first run. This is one where it's almost maybe worthwhile to consider just using the charge to get the mini-boss out of the way and clear out that whole row of enemies. I didn't see that there was a mob because I was trying to lock in the kill there. I don't really know how to clear out this one safely. Even like the big man super that I used, I don't think I got the mini boss down in time. So it feels like I need to find something else, or I need to... I didn't see where all the mini bosses were spawning in towards the later half. And I think that was kind of a problem, so I went for like the two big guys who I saw, and then I got killed there, which threw a wrench into every plan. I couldn't get the charge off in time. I think I need to do this, or I probably lose. So it kind of comes down to, for this one, if I can get the mini-boss down, and if I can get Big Man charged for, like, the halfway point. That's me dying because I got stuck. And it got killed again. Yeah, this one is just a particularly annoying setup because the missile mini-boss just kind of does big AoE damage, so if I get stuck at any point, then I'm kind of just out of luck. I have to get past a big line of enemies to reach them. Especially because they're on higher ground, so it's not like I can go to like the lower section and then just get through there. Because all the enemies will just turn and drop on me. I got greedy because I saw how close I was on orbs. In fact, if I get these 3, I win. On the bright side, full charge going into this one. On the downside, I need to figure out if there's a way for me to easily make use of that. And I was too low health to get away. And I was one enemy away. I think if I managed to get both of those UFOs knocked down, I would have maybe gone through, but no luck. Let's maybe do a different level just to try to get some extra resources, like this one for a gem. Because I only need one gem for a bunch of upgrades. I feel like I'm gonna be like nickel and diming my percentage. I forgot that it was this one. I need to put on speed tank if I want to even have a chance there. And we'll try with this build. And I got sniped, so that's probably a loss. Also, apparently I can't do the zip line onto those. And there's a loss. This one could be iffy. I will say, I think out of all like the random challenge ones, this one's kind of the just most annoying. Like by that point, their snipers have just caught up to me and there's not much I can do. So I think my buff is wearing out at a weird time there, so that's also kind of causing a problem, so I might need to try to save the... Unless I can upgrade one of these. I actually did want to equip that one, probably over that one. Apparently I got enough enemy intel that I can get another thing there, which I think is more gems. So maybe just completely by chance I might have enough gems. I don't know what happened to my grapple item there. I actually made it, but I didn't get the eggs in time. That was really close, though. And I missed the jump and fell in the water. Trying to build up my charge so I can just dash forever. I think that was a waste of time, though. Yeah, I think I need to not hesitate and just go no matter what. Also, I did hit the wrong button and accidentally grappled when I meant to leap. And there's a win. Let's just go back in, grab the items, because why not? Anything I can scrap at this point is just free upgrades. Looks like just random gems, which is still fine. So as long as I don't like fall off the edge like 6 times, we should be good. And there's that particularly annoying level done. And that'll give me some gems, and also I got some enemy data, so I might be able to get more gems from that. It should give me a handful of upgrades as soon as I get the materials. Apparently I got more weapons, which gave me 3 more gems. I feel like it's probably unlikely that I'll get all the weapons. Like, because it's just completely luck-based and there's no way for me to control it or find them easier. So once I have enough gems, like at least 20,000, probably in the 30,000 range, we'll start upgrading to make the rest of this easier. Because I just need like a few more gadget buffs and then everything should be easy again. was a weird spot to get caught in. I just kind of didn't get enough kills. Yeah, that one I had a different enemy set up than before, or at least I never noticed the Moz who showed it before. And we won with no charge and no lives lost. Everything just kind of spawned in, was kind of easy to kill, and landed right on me. I just need like one more good enemy. And we got him. Almost a full charge going into the next floor. And 2 lives. This might be the one where I break through finally. And we won. That was a little bit too close. I knew I just needed 1 egg, and I needed an enemy who I could kill quick enough. So we're finally through that little wall that I hit. And 14,000 materials, that pretty much locks in at least one upgrade. Because definitely with the amount I have to scrap, I can get one more. I could also see about upgrading my weapon powers. I'm gonna go ahead and swap that one. And then upgrade it. Upgraded like a lot. So now I have a pretty high chance of freezing close-up enemies and then dealing 4 times damage. That did mean that I can't do the other upgrade now though. Hopefully that just makes it so I can now just delete enemies with normal hits. So I'm not as reliant on gadgets. And I got caught in a bad spot there. I think I had a charge, so I could have probably gone through that safely, but I just didn't. But also, there's a win. I feel like that freeze buff is going to make a big difference, but I should have maybe put it over the long range one instead of the short range one. I almost got through that. I thought that last egg was going to be enough. But that one was. Downside is I'm down to last life. Upside is I've almost got a full charge. And we won. That went very well. Like, the deaths were a little bit rough, but we got through pretty safely. Other than those. Feels nice to be in the final stretch. Weapon loot is definitely probably the worst drop they can give me, though. Because all that is scrap material, and I want anything that's ideally going to be useful or get me towards the endgame stuff. Which would be like relic upgrades. I guess that did give me just enough scrap to upgrade something. Question is, what do I want to upgrade? % damage overall on the gadget, and also giving me 2 extra slots if I can swap anything in. We'll do that one so it can pass our enemies again. Last floor, or last gauntlet one, and then we get to the boss. So basically if I clear out this series of 3, then I'm at the final boss of the game, and that gives me the true ending. That was not a great start. I didn't think he was going to knock me back that far, and I was trying to get around to go for the sniper. And bad luck there. I tried to see if I could pass through and get away, but I wasn't quite quick enough. We might just take them all again on this one. So they dropped another gem, which is just nice for me. That means potentially more just pure percentage upgrades. I ran out of time and ran out of mini bosses over there. I did have to pop my super to save myself, but also there was just no other mini bosses over there. And all the ones that were left were kind of in the middle, like nearly dead, but I couldn't reach them in time. And the only one that was sort of nearby was one of those towers, which I have to break the tower, which is very time consuming. I figured the heal was going to reactivate if I didn't get rid of them, so I needed to do that. That's me stuck. This one's probably going to be another mulligan. Well, we got through the floor, so I can at least see what's next. But it did cost 2 lives and a super. Like, I feel like this one isn't bad, I'm just getting some kind of unlucky placements. And they got me. I was trying to spam out some freeze hits there, but it just kind of didn't work out. I feel like this is going to be the hardest floor left because I feel like the final boss is not going to be bad, even though there is like a little bit of a gauntlet segment to them, at least based on the original one. I saw the bomb there too late. And I wasn't quite quick enough on getting rid of the big guy. We got through the floor again, but I'm back down to no lives. And there's that floor done. Pretty much same conditions going into the last one. I had a lot of time left on that one, surprisingly. I did have to pop the danger thing. I should have maybe gone for the upper one, but I tried to see if I could lock in those too many bosses. Not a bad attempt for losing both of my lives in the first one, though. I was so close to being out of danger. Got through with 2 lives that time. But it did cost me my charge at the end because I wasn't getting the mini bosses down. I got a little bit too greedy with that charge hit because I saw them freeze. And I got stuck. That floor seems a little bit weird because I feel like I'm getting good at the mini bosses, but then I have no idea what to do after the mini boss is done because I just wasn't seeing a lot of like other bosses around. I got through with all lives, but it did take a charge. But all lives is a great start. I got a little bit too greedy on the mini boss and then I couldn't see it to get away. And there's another float one. I did use a charge, I didn't really need to, but I just kinda wanna lock it in. I'm not going to be able to get away from that charge because I got hit into danger. That was an extremely unfortunate knockback. Also, I didn't realize that there was a jump in the middle until the very last part of that. But I should go towards the middle just so I can grab the jump and stay airborne. It's kind of just as soon as I get rid of those two larger enemies, then everything else is kind of easy, because they both drop 5 each. I really didn't need to use that, but I didn't want to take a death there, because all I had to do was grab the orbs. Rather have 3 lives than full charge, if I had to choose, which I chose. that floor done with a full charge left. Means we are in kind of a great shape going into this one. I can use Big Man to get rid of these two. Or I get stuck in the wall and then I can't go up. I got knocked off the edge again. I need to stay away from them, but I need to get up there so that I can, like, take them out safely. I think I should have gone to the top row and then activated Big Man on the one up there. That one felt kind of bad. Just because I was so close to... If I just activated my super at a different spot, I would have probably won. I didn't realize how many eggs are around, but that was enough to win if I had just backed off. But we're down to 4 seconds, so I wanted to lock that in. I knew I was gonna get stuck there, so I tried to just see if I could lock in one more kill. And there's that floor done. I did have to burn a charge, but it went alright. couldn't get away in time. Two of those enemies is a bit rough. I feel like I almost need a charge just so I can knock out one of them. And then the other one becomes easier, they just take a little bit too much damage. I should have checked what my upgrade status was. As in, like, can I get one more? Because that's probably what I need to just break through this much easier. Another one where I really didn't want to activate it there, but I felt like I kind of had to. But I got hit into danger at a weird spot. Although I had plenty of time, which is nice. Like, I was just getting very consistent series of kills there. And there's a win with a super saved and all 3 lives. That was an extremely good attempt on that floor, and I don't really know what happened. Everything just kind of moved into place and lined up perfectly. Yeah, that was me not quite winning the one I needed. I needed to get the second one down so I had enough power eggs to activate the super again. Those two enemies are just very bulky. They do drop 5 power orbs though, so it's like, I didn't see what the total was, but if I take out both of them, that's at least half of what I need right there. I couldn't get away there. I was trying to get back to the bot to save me. This is a lot of snipers that they're sending in this time for some reason. And the bird got me. I only got through the floor with my charge intact, but I have to clear out everything with 1 life, which is not ideal. I think I let go of my charge a bit too early, so I didn't get the full one there. And that's the end of that run. And that was just a particularly bad, like, first floor. Let's check my upgrades now. $26,000 is quite a good amount there. Do I have enough to upgrade anything else? I need 15 more of those. That's already maxed. I have enough to upgrade 1 gadget. So this one doesn't have anything new I can craft. How many slots do I have on that one? I have none. I do have enough to equip 2 more things, but I don't have any points available right now. Because, like, ideally, I almost want to see if I can get duration up, but I don't think I have a spot to actually put it. This would lower it by 1. And even if I put it on something kind of inconsequential like this one, it would also only lower it by 1. So I can't actually get any new things for this one until I get better gadget parts. I think this one's full on like individual number of them, so I might as well just upgrade something. That's probably all I can upgrade. Auto trigger on hit is interesting because it means I don't have to throw it, but also it doesn't require me to go super far out of my way to throw it. Like maybe something like Sprinkler would just be better. Actually, never mind, I do have a slot open, I could just do both. So a little bit of a damage boost there. And now they do AoE damage when I throw them just by default. Bad luck on the mob placement there, because that would have maybe gotten me a whole bunch. I just needed to knock out that enemy and not die. I ideally didn't want to activate that one, but that felt like I was about to get killed right now. Downside is I'm going into the last floor with no charge and 1 life. Which is not the most ideal. if I just lived long enough to get the charge up, I might have had it. Trying to get that one sniper enemy down was probably the move, but I just couldn't quite get them down in time, because that would have definitely given me enough charge to use the super and win. Apparently I didn't get the other mini-boss, but we did just win. So we take those. That was a nice clean win. And there's another win, and we got a full charge still. I think I'm gonna try to save it until I'm in danger, or until I can get to the top row where the other, like, 4 on the guy is. I get the big guy win, and there's win. So that's 99 floors done. And everything that doesn't have 3 stars, at least, I think is something that's not completed. So that's kind of the thing where I get an endgame item if I get through this, which then lets me, like, find all the other relics guaranteed. But there's Fine Boss. Okay. Now do I sneak in one last upgrade on something that might get better? This one is basically free. There's kind of no reason not to go for that one. It doesn't require a gem and it's just common parts. Doesn't seem like anything I can afford. If I could, I would like to get enough points to get more duration up, but I don't think that's gonna happen. So let's try Final Boss, because if I get through this, then it's just kind of whatever completion cleanup I want to do. I don't know what I'm supposed to do about that. Like, that one just seems like it tracks me an extreme amount. I have to get close. Yeah, so that one is just get close because they track me if I'm too far away. And they can't track me if I'm close. So pretty much any move they throw at me is nearly a one-shot. It's not quite guaranteed, but it might as well be. I'll say there doesn't seem to be any mini-bosses, so I could maybe swap out my egg one finally. And bad luck there. I kind of got caught in a corner. Bunch of little enemies were where I happened to land. Never mind, apparently there are mini bosses. Okay, so this one does have similar phase of the other bosses where I just have to build eggs. I was too far away when they started the move. And I didn't have a clear path to get to him. Also, that was a gem to drop there, apparently. This one feels like I need more damage. Like, substantially more damage. Or the boss is just beefy and no matter how much damage I get, it's gonna be a problem. Also, I'm realizing that freeze just doesn't work on the bosses, which makes sense, but also feels kind of bad because that's most of my damage. I got stuck between other enemies, so I couldn't get to the boss in time. And we got through the drill phase. Maybe I should save my super for like when I'm in danger. I got stuck in a weird spot. And a small enemy caught me. Yeah, I think I'm just gonna save my super for when I like need to panic and get away. And then just do regular damage on the boss. This is a case where upgrading bow will probably be pretty beneficial. Unless I just happen to get enough upgrades for gadgets that something else is better. I think the issue is that my gadget that's best against the boss is the one that lets me throw out the 2 turrets, or the charge. And the high 5 one just kind of isn't good against them. Yeah, if they get too far away and I just can't close the gap, they just track me so effectively. There's a bunch of eggs there. And there's that one done. That was a bad placement on my part. And second egg phase. that to finish out the eggs. Didn't know what that move was, so glad I got as physically far away as possible. And that's me dying, because I was too far away. I think if they had done the other move, I would have definitely lost there, so glad they didn't. And we got him. And we got second anything. I will say, if in order to lock in like the 100%, which is like getting all relics to 3 stars, it would feel real bad if they made me do the final boss again. Like, they weren't terrible, but it was definitely like, I almost died at the very end there because I was down to last life and got hit with a tornado. But I just happened to also win with that next shot. My build did do very well against getting through the gauntlet phases. Also, it seemed like they could have been much meaner with the spawns there by having them come out for like multiple directions, but they just seemed to pick a single vent and just all poured out of that one. I didn't know how to get out of that AoE at times for like the final phase, which felt bad because that did knock me down into danger territory. And I think the final gauntlet, I think they scaled up the difficulty a little bit too much. Like, it feels like I should be getting resources at a much more guaranteed faster rate, or just tone down the difficulty of some of the gauntlets. Because it definitely felt like it rapidly spiked to a point that I wasn't sure if I was like building or upgrading correctly, and I just didn't have the resources to even pivot to other upgrades. Like, it feels like they expect a little bit too much grinding to get through the gauntlet reliably. Where like base game, I didn't feel like I had to really go out of my way to grind anything, everything was just kind of easy. It's nice that it was a challenge, but it might have been a bit too much of a challenge. Especially because you can't like call for help or do groups, so it kind of removes a whole feature that they made sure to include in the game. Or I wish like levels like scaled better so that if I did die but I was getting consistent kills, that it would at least make it so that I was building up just from kills and not having to be determined by like RNG drops on materials. So that's kind of an interesting one, because basically what that is it shows me where all the remaining relics are. So at least we got the second ending done. And we completed these and got our 3 gems. So some of the enemies we are just fully done with, but I don't think I'm gonna get all of them unless it's by luck. And also I would have to fight the final boss. Looks like probably 2 more times. Maybe 3. At least if I wanted to get all the fun fact unlocks, which would give me gems, which I'm not super worried about. Like, I don't think I'm gonna 100% this game, but the big, like, content thing I can get as far as, like, things that the game acknowledges is all relics. Because I both get apparently an outfit for it, which I think is the original, like, one that we were wearing when we started. I can't get the amiibo ones. All dungeons on super spicy for 1. Ideally, if I get all relics, clear all dungeons on super spicy, then I can maybe goof off with arcade games to get all the outfits at least. Okay, so this one is technically bottomless in that I can now just keep going. And then this is like a special relic, so I can equip it into a new slot. Which is undiscovered gadget parts are easier to find. Actually, that's gadget parts and not relic powers. I don't fully know what that means then. Or I don't know where to find the remaining relics. Or if it is just luck-based. If it's entirely luck-based, then that's kind of bad. Because gadget parts only helps me, like, slightly with upgrades, and it's not the most exciting, that's what it is. It is kind of nice that I'm just one-shotting random enemies. So the remaining levels should be extremely easy. The question is, how hard is it going to be to find the remaining relics? Because if it's just do bottomless buffet until I, like, run out of patience, then that might not be happening. Also, I don't know how it would count, like, me getting extra gadget parts if it is, like, the weapon ones and not the relic ones. Mostly because that would just mean that it makes weapon drops more common, which is kinda bad. Also, I might need to be right back for a few minutes. I will be back in a few. And we're back. How many? I have quite a few of these levels left. And it seems like I'm not able to get any relics from these, because the reward is preset. Because these only drop, like, upgrade materials. Which, I mean, if I have to keep doing Bottomless Dungeon, I might need, but if Bottomless Dungeon's just gonna keep scaling, then I might just try to clear out the levels and then call it good. On the bright side, I should be getting immediately more materials, which is nice. Only like a 5% boost, but 5% is still not bad. Or is it gadget parts? Is in like the equipable ones? Because in that case, that might even be arguably worse, because that just gives me more things that I need to upgrade. Assuming I get the ones, or they just give me more materials. Assuming they're duplicates. Like, either way, I was hoping it was going to give me, like, the thing that just lets me finish the game and get, like, all the bonuses, but if that's not what the reward gives me, then it's kind of not ideal. Unless I just get like all high quality versions of what I have and then I can upgrade them and equip them. But that would be a very optimistic result. And also with gadget parts, they would just eventually hit a point where all I'm getting out of them is materials. Like, it is nice that we got all the lore scrolls at least, but I feel like relics are the thing that I would have liked to see done. Because I thought that was the thing that I get the 100% bonus for. Like, I wish I was able to upgrade my weapons fast enough for some of the gauntlets to look like this. Like, maybe the earlier ones do now, but definitely not the ones that I was doing. They have a lot of just regular dungeons I can do. Maybe we try to knock out all these quick ones. Once I'm done with these, then we'll maybe try one of the bottomless ones. And there's that one. Yeah, these are probably extremely easy with my current build. Problem is, the rewards are now bad. Yeah, we won. I did take a death because I got a little bit stuck. And we'll just keep clearing out all these. Then I guess I'll try 101 for the bottomless to see if it gives me anything. Nice quick win there. That one might be the easiest one. Just because all the enemies focus on one point and they just keep pouring out. I might look up where I need to, like, actually go to get all the remaining relics, because if it is just completely luck-based, then that's just kind of annoying. And one. I didn't need to activate that, but I just did try to be safe. Direct hit damage up, I think, for the one I'm using. If I can get 5 points allocated, I can get that one in, which looks like it's just kind of a massive damage boost. It does sound like I might have to. I did try to look it up while I was waiting for that end sequence. And I might need to keep going down floors and just hope for luck. I feel like range up isn't the most exciting when I have Pierce, so I want to go for direct hit damage, so it's double damage. So it doesn't go very far, but it pierces and does double damage. I'm still gonna try to wrap up these last, like, 5 levels, because they're like a minute each. And there's win. I think that's the highest level one. So we'll just quickly wrap up all of these. And there's a win. Yeah, we'll save the final boss reward is just that I might have a chance to maybe get my gadgets slightly better stuff. But that feels like a very underwhelming boss reward. I thought it was going to be like, here's the thing that lets you find all the stuff you're missing. But that is not at all what it is. So it's just kind of waiting for the enemies to approach me. I mean, I guess the nice part about gadget parts dropping more is if I do max all of them out, they just all convert into materials. Which I guess hypothetically makes it so I can upgrade everything more. Which would make the remaining levels easier. Got a little bit too greedy with that charge. I should have just activated it. There's Win. Like last two of these enemy challenges. Then it's, do I want to do like the area clears, because I still have quite a few of those, or just go for the final dungeon to see if it starts dropping relics like more frequently. And there's a win. One more and then we're done with the enemy challenges, then all that's left is the regular levels or bottomless buffet. Or arcade for the other outfit. Which ideally I think I would... Arcade is probably the last thing I would do. That would be kind of the I'm done with everything, I might as well try to get the last outfit kind of item. And there's all those done. So no more like individual enemy challenges unless I want to just grind out information on the enemies, which I really don't. Didn't realize I missed the one there, so we're just gonna knock out this one. Extra gems banked is probably ideal, because that means that if there is like an upgrade I need, I can have the gems for it. And there's a win. And there's number 4 done. So close to just being done with all these again. This one I kind of have a bad super for it, but it's probably fine. And there's a win. Wasn't sure where the treasure was there. But now that we've cleared out a bunch of those, let's try 101. Yeah, it sounds like it's entirely luck-based as to whether I get this done immediately or whether I have to do this like 12 times. There's that 4 done. That went surprisingly well. I wonder if these ones are like truly randomized, or if these are still like custom for a bit. gonna pop that to be safe and grab that. So, like, the way that I thought that the relic was gonna work was it was gonna tell me where the treasure relics are, and then it just like highlights the floor that they're on, or like a map where they spawn in. But I guess it's gadget parts if I saw the relic description right, which is not exactly what I want. And there's a win. Like, that one wasn't too bad. And all it gave me was gear pieces. I'm gonna say if I get through like 5 floors and I don't see a single like relic piece, then we might just call it. And it doesn't look like I've been given anything new to develop. Yeah, this is kind of one of the big ones that I'm still missing, is just line damage up. Where I need like the 4-star one. If I get through like 5 of these and I just don't see any sign that I'm getting even close to getting more relics, then I'll probably just clear out the rest of the levels and then call it a day. And then we'll just be good with Splatoon for a bit. Actually, probably for good at that point. Luckily, the floors don't seem to be scaling up as much. Unless my gear is just at a substantially better point now that it kind of doesn't matter. Like, it seems like the floors are easier, but that could just be because they're random and not like custom-made ones. Where the custom-made ones might be more difficult. This feels like it's just a repeat of one I've already seen. Like, I know the layout is, but like that was just like enemy for enemy, like one I've already seen. Need to figure out where the remaining eggs were. Also, I don't know exactly how many relics I still have to get, because I know each one has like 3 stars, I think, because that's the max on the other weapon relics. But this just feels like they're repeating floors, but in like a random order. That was bad luck. I wonder if it's gonna be the same 3 I got, or is it like completely different now? This doesn't seem like the same one I did before. I almost had enough charge to get there. Yeah, it seems like the damage might not be scaling up, but it is just floors I've already done, except probably with slightly higher stat requirements. get stuck in a corner there. And there's a win. I kind of thought that that was the last floor and didn't realize I still had one left. And they got me. Yeah, it does kind of feel like I'm killing enemies like at a faster rate than I was on the earlier floors, but it is just kind of pulling from pools of enemies that I've fought before, so it's kind of just, do I get lucky with the pool of enemies? Like, charge speed would ideally be a good one, but I feel like there's just better charge speeds. 15% for that one, and it doesn't cost a whole lot. Probably just gonna take that one. I think I don't have enough points to actually equip that one, though. Not a terrible pull for that one. Let's try this again. I should have checked what relics I do still need, just so I can get like an idea of the count. I got stuck on a wall like right as my buff ran out. I won, but I died with the last possible second. So as soon as I see danger pop up at any point, I need to just activate that for safety. There's that floor done. Got a little bit of extra charge, but not a whole lot. This one's just kind of, I need to not end up in, I got this floor. I just got enough for a charge, but I got hit. I don't know why this particular set, I just feel like I'm getting bad rolls. Ended up in a weird spot trying to go for the missile enemy. I really didn't want to activate the super there, but I felt like I was in a weird spot with low time. This is pretty much just, it seems like the enemies aren't scaling up in terms of how much damage I need. It seems like they've actually like scaled down how much damage I need. But now it's just, it's a random assortment of floors, so good luck. There's that floor done, and we got a full charge going to the last one. And one. Yeah, that floor just weirdly, like, worked out better for kind of no particular reason. And there's another relic part. Based on this menu, 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12, 13, 14, 15, 16, 17. Yeah, there's way too many relics. Like, there's no way that I'm gonna farm out, like, 30 relics that are RNG drops today. Unless I, like, definitively just first try every floor going forward. Just locking that win. And like some people are saying it took them like into the 200s, or some people are saying it took them into like 180 if they were extremely lucky. I will lean towards, with the way the luck has been going, probably more likely to land in like the 200 range, which probably I'm just not gonna do. Couldn't get out of the smoke. I wasn't far away enough from the bottom. Well, we got through the floor, but it cost 2 lives, but I do have full charge. So as long as I save it for when I'm in danger, maybe we can sneak through, but hopefully I'll just not be in danger. And there's that floor done. I didn't realize that was the last one, actually. And we got another title. I mean, it does slightly feel like now that they're teasing me by just giving me a relic every go. That was a very unlucky bounce that I just wasn't expecting. Luckily, we managed to live through it. I let go of my charge, but I didn't react to the big shot in time. And I got knocked into the water. Well, at least we won the floor, but that was not a great run. I should have gone for the explosive balloon, but I kind of forgot it was on that map. There's that for one. Surprisingly clean run there. And that was a bad spot for me to get caught. I was kind of hoping I was going to be able to like just get enough random orbs there that I could maybe sneak through, but no luck. I'm just gonna try to clean up the level and win. And there's the win. I think I'm accidentally running into the water, which I didn't realize there was water there. To start ramping up speed. And there's a win. I thought that was the last one again. I keep forgetting like which floor I'm actually on. And there's a win. Let me just keep seeing relic drops. Unless it is gadget relics and not gadget parts, and I just misread again. It does seem like I'm getting one every attempt now. Like the first one I did not, but now it seems like it's pretty consistently giving them to me. Undiscovered gadget parts are easier to find, can be equipped additionally separate from other relic powers. Like, gadget parts isn't the most descriptive, so like I'm assuming that relics maybe fall under gadget parts, or it's only gadget parts like the things I equip in here. And I don't know which one to assume is the correct one. This one, I'm just not getting enough kills quick enough. And we just pulled through with the last bit charge. It seems like the requirements also aren't too bad, as far as like how many orbs I need. That was just a lot happening there, and I wasn't sure where to go. But there's that floor one. I have a full charge going into the last one, but it depends on what the last one is. And there's a win. Seeing a lot of random part drops there. Like, I feel like now if I were to put upgrades in, I would just kind of melt everything at this point, because it doesn't seem like they're scaling up. I mean, I guess I should, because I did just get that. So now do I go weapon upgrades or do I go gadget upgrades? About a 600 damage boost, way more at full charge. And we keep going. I should probably check if like the relics I have equipped are all level 3 or if I just am missing a few of those. Bad luck there because I was caught in danger with no way to get away. And bad luck there. And I died again. That is a kind of tough one just because getting that first floor means I don't have my backup super to get away. And even though I did manage to knock out one of the big enemies, by that point everything had spawned in. It's like I don't really want to drop down into the center to have to fight everything off. Sniper spawned in from behind and was dealing a bunch of damage to me. I should have activated my super, but I was hoping I could get through before that needed. So we're back down to 1 life for this one. That was a little bit too close. I was like one egg short and there was not anything nearby to kill. And I'm dead. I don't know what pushed me into danger, but the sniper finished me off. Yeah, I think next I want to try to upgrade something with my gadgets. And there's that for one. Yeah, like it seems like damage-wise I'm able to kill everything pretty quickly, so it's not like comparable to like the late 90s where I was needing like several hits to take out enemies. Unless I froze them. There's that floor done. I didn't really need to use a charge there, but I did it just to play safe. It does feel like getting knocked out is kind of a huge problem, just because it means that the enemies are still swarming around me and I'm just down a life. I figured if I got back up, I would have enough eggs to just win. And we did. I kinda didn't realize that was the last floor. But we take those. I am getting a lot of these pretty rapidly. There's only 3, 4 left that are 1 star. I will feel like I'm much more confident once I get to like a point where like I'm just going for 3-star ones. I missed the jump onto the gate there. Well, we won, and I did have to pop a charge there, but it's fine. That floor was weird. I just missing a jump kind of threw the whole thing off. And we won. I did kind of take a little bit of a risk just charging through them like that to grab it. But a full charge and 1 floor left. And there's another win. I didn't need to play that risky because this is the last floor. I should have just popped the super. But I figured if I just knocked those 2 out, I would have won. I mean, not a terrible drop, but not exactly one I need. At least not for a bit. Because I still have some gems saved up that I haven't spent in upgrades. I think in terms of priority that I want to go for, it's relics, levels, then arcade if I still have time, which will probably be kind of iffy. Because arcade would just be for like the last outfit, which is not the most exciting reward, but it is technically a collectible. I was really hoping I was gonna get like an orb to get the super activated, but didn't quite make it. Just gonna grab these orbs and win. I probably didn't need to activate the super to do that, but I thought I was about to get knocked off the edge. And I'm already down a life, so I didn't want to risk it. I think I lose because I'm just not getting enough kills. That was a weird one. Like, I felt like I was getting like a bunch of random enemies knocked out, but I just wasn't getting to the bosses. Like, it was taking me too long to reach the bosses, and I was kind of getting stuck. That was an unfortunate way to get caught. I'm just stuck in the corner there, and I kept getting bounced around. Needed a small finish up there, but that was a rough first floor. Well, there's the floor one at least. That one went much better. So one more with a full charge. And there's a win. I figured if I hit danger, as long as I didn't get knocked off the edge, I was safe. Hoping for relics. If we see treasure, then we are in great shape. It is another one, and it's for 1 star. It's like just 4 1 stars. I thought it was 4 before, but I think I missed one. It's just kind of a question of when am I going to get like the last few pieces here to like really wrap things up. Like apparently I already got a better charge speed. It's not better enough than the current one I have, and it would actually like be a debuff. I forget if I crafted rapid fire or if I found rapid fire. Apparently I did craft rapid fire, but I never crafted the better one. I guess we're just gonna grab that one. So if I upgrade that one next, I'll definitely be able to equip it. And that'll be like another 12% damage buff on my charge weapon. Which does alright damage, but I don't think it's like game changing at the moment. Good time level up. I didn't realize that there were 2 other eggs there from that one slam. So that was a waste. But it's fine. I also didn't like being trapped in the corner there, so that was kind of why I activated it. Didn't like that smoke man. That's a win. So 1 floor, 3 lives, and full charge. Yeah, there's a win. Just material, which I mean is nice for the upgrade, but not exactly needed. I'm assuming I need 30,000 for the upgrade I was looking at. I'm wondering if I can call for help on these floors or if it's another case where I have to do these solo. Lucky throw there. There we won. Full charge and full lives. It's nice that they don't just like keep scaling up how much damage is required, or that could be a problem. Gonna lock in the win with full health. And there's the win. I feel like it's been a few since I saw a treasure. And bad luck there, but at least this is the last floor. And there's a win. As I would have to like really choke with the super at that point for that to just not be a win. I'm getting way more drops at least, so I think it might just be all gadget parts. Well, I guess I got enough for the upgrade at least. That is the exact amount of points that I can have, and that's a full like 12% damage boost. Part of me wants to go weapon next, because I don't know if there's anything particularly good for gadgets I can get until I get some better drops. Another level up. I thought I had enough for a charge, but I wasn't quite there. But we'll take the floor win. One life isn't too bad there. But I like really need them to keep giving me treasure relics. This is a little bit of a weird spot where it seemed like there was no enemies anywhere nearby. But we won. That was a very unfortunate way to get knocked back. That should be enough for a win. And that is the last one. Maybe the worst drop I could have gotten. Like, it feels like it's been a while since I've seen any treasures. I got knocked around a bunch, so I got stuck. Well, we won, but I did have to burn a super there, which I kind of didn't want to. Because I got caught under the UFO too long. Yeah, we'll say since I beat the final true ending boss, probably not going to 100% everything. Because at this point it's just doing runs hoping that RNG is nice. Which at this point I've now done like so many runs that I kind of don't feel like it's the most interesting to do more just so that I get like an extra screenshot to say you did it. Because, like, at least for the true ending, there was a new boss. Like, there was at least something that was definitively new that I hadn't seen in the game yet. That was an unfortunate knockback there, but if I can get this one guy done, then we basically win. And it died. needed like one good egg to wrap up there. It is kind of nice that I'm still getting like 5-star drops though, which at least shows that I'm getting some new things. Although I feel like by this point I should have most of them, but I just kind of don't. That felt weirdly close, but I had 17 seconds left still. I think it was because I was just killing enemies at a fast enough rate early that I thought it was going slow when they started like to drop off. And there's another win. It's like even like an optimistic where I were to get everything, it's probably still like 20 floors minimum that I'm gonna need. I need them to let me out of the corner. This is not a group to get stuck in the corner on. That was a bad end to that run. Yeah, I was gonna run out of time or die to that anyway. That one's a little bit weird because if I'm not ready, I just get swarmed by Maws and then I have to figure out how to deal with that. And I got like pinned in a corner and I couldn't get the large Maw out of the way. I was hoping to wait out the danger, but I didn't quite make it. And I just didn't get enough orbs. I was one egg short. I should have gone for the missile guy and then gone for the orbs. But I thought that there was maybe enough in that pile that I could finish up. The issue with levels that are very sniper heavy is I have to figure out how to reliably get through all their layers. While also like still continuously getting orbs. But didn't quite get enough charge to save myself. There's win. I guess we'll save the charge for next time. They're just shoving me off the edge. And another sniper spawned on the other side, which is not ideal for me. But there's a win. Almost a full charge and 1 life, so I just need to save it until I get a danger. And hopefully I can just win at that point. And there's a win. That was a little bit dicey. I kind of almost forgot I had a charge available and I was in danger. I think here's kind of my ultimatum. If I get to like the 6-hour mark and I'm not done with all of the 1-star relics, then we might just call it early. Because I still have 3 more and I feel like I've done like several runs since and just have not gotten them. Like, it feels like they made this post-game just too grindy in pretty much every sense. Even if they had just made the treasure relics more frequent drops leading up to this point, it wouldn't be nearly as bad. It's just, it feels like I got through a grind to get through a really tough gauntlet, and now I'm just at a regular grind where it's not particularly tough, it's just grindy. It's not to say like the fights are free, but it's like I don't feel like I need to grind because I'm short on upgrades. It feels like all the grinding I need to do is purely because I just have to get the drops. Which is why I was hoping that the relic that they were going to give me was just going to tell me exactly where the relics are that I need. That was me not getting out of the way in time. And I got caught by a bunch of things. I think this is not the one. Yeah, that one. I was just getting some weird happenstances. And because of those, I was kind of getting just kind of shoved around the map, and I wasn't able to go for the enemies who were causing me problems. I just couldn't get out of the corner. And I forgot they could knock me back from that range. Well, we won, but it kind of cost everything. Another way they could have done this is have it like alternate between like 1 to 3 floors. And just make the floors more difficult, but it only uses existing floors. So I don't think there was a way to make that work. And there's that floor done. Kind of forgot that I've already died 2 times. So as soon as I hit danger, I need to remember to activate my super so I don't die. I knew that was a bad jump, but I kind of fell. Try one more, and then I'm gonna see if I have upgrades available. Well, I managed to get the bigger, like, mini-boss, but unfortunately I got caught in a bunch of AoEs. I think there's enough orbs for me to just win, except I need to actually, like, pick them up. I think I ran out of time. Okay, one more and then we'll check upgrades. I feel like I'm gonna be running out of 5-star ones, so eventually I'm just gonna start seeing like 3,000 per like pickup. Wasn't ready for that one little enemy to come charging in. And we got through the floor, but it did cost me a life. Yeah, I think even the later floor enemies who show up have had their, like, health nerfed. Which is maybe, like, the one nice part about this way that this seems to work is they scaled down the damage. So it's just, how can you deal with different types of floors instead of the floors get harder, but now you have to deal with a scripted one. And there's that floor done. Almost a full charge going into the last one with 2 lives. So in a pretty good spot for this one. So we pick up these 2 orbs and we win. And there's a win. Really need this to be a treasure relic. It is kind of unfortunate, like, the way that I could have had this stream go is either I complete every level to get an outfit, or I gamble on getting every relic. There's one. With a massive cost increase. $17 billion, and then I get the last title. That wasn't one of the 1-star ones I needed, though. But I mean, anyone works. So 35,000 is quite a bit of scrap. The question is, do I put it into weapons or do I put it into gadgets? Level 90 bow. Like, I feel like my gadgets and weapons and everything are almost leveled up to a point where it might not be as important. And there's that all done. There's only one kind of iffy moment there. Because if the enemies are no longer scaling up, then that just means, like, I might be able to get a point where I'm just, like, one-shotting, like, the weaker ones. I think I would have probably lost a life there if I didn't take that. Hoping like the next, say, like 3 runs are just all relics. That like random like corner I got stuck in just kind of worked out because the enemies weren't able to like take me out. A little bit too much up there. Just lock in this win. It would be kind of very surprising if I somehow like managed to just get enough runs to get to like 200 just today. I mean, that's probably going to give me enough for another upgrade. Just barely for a gadget I want it. Still not getting any better line damages, which is kind of one I want. Otherwise, everything is kind of max for this one. Also, I realize I don't have any gems, so I can't actually do these. So I think we're good there. I could keep going regular weapon, but I would only get like one upgrade. Where if I can save until I just get a random gem drop, then it turns into here's another like 12% damage boost. If I can just take out these three, I should be in pretty good shape. And there's a win. A little bit closer there than I like. I think I got hit by just a bit of random rain that was coming down. And I wish that level up was like a little bit earlier. And there's a win. kind of forgot that that was the second floor, so I'm actually in really good shape going into this one. Just lock in this win. It's like none of the enemies were approaching and I needed to just get out of there. Like, I wish I could just buy the materials that I don't have. But it makes sense why I can't, because it would not make any sense to just be able to buy treasures I haven't found. There's like a 500 damage buff, and then I think it's a percentage because of all the passive points I have. I feel like at 150 I'll need to take stock of the treasures I have to see like how things are actually going. And I got into a weird spot there. I just couldn't get the mini boss down. Like, that was a case where like it's just I was trying to get the little snipers out of the way. So we did get a gem drop, which is nice. I think as long as I get 2, then I can get like a 5-star one upgraded. Maybe that's gonna be what I end up needing for some of these, just to like make them free. really want to be stuck there. I just need to grab that one orb up there and I win. But I was stuck away from it. Wasn't quite in a danger spot there, but I thought I was about to be. And bad luck there, I think I got hit by a random shockwave. But if I grab these two, then we win. One floor left with almost a full charge and 2 lives. Bad luck there, but at least I got the missile out of the way. And we just barely won. But we take any wins we can get. Another 3-star done. Still have 4 1-stars that I see. Yeah, I think this is probably not getting done. It's gonna be neat to see just how many I can manage to get, but I'm probably not going to stream the rest. This game has already gone on way longer than I wanted. This is just kind of the most tedious part of the grind, it seems like. Like the other part, at least, it felt like I had like a goal that I was working towards, where this one it's just keep doing runs until like you get the thing this as you're done. Like, I knew the 100 was like the last floor, so I was like, okay, I just need to get to floor 100 by any means that I can. Where now is just keep going until you don't have stuff to do anymore. Okay, bye, random missile. And I couldn't quite get up to the sniper there. I was trying to see if I could get a charge going. This is just a weird assortment of enemies that I am not good at dealing with. I could definitely like get my weapon and probably character up to level 100 just at the pace it's going. I accidentally fell in the water again, but at least I saved myself with a charge. Downside is I'm going into this floor with 1 life and no charge. Never mind, we have a full charge again. And we won. Let's see, another relic. And we did get one. I wonder if getting like the best title is required to get all the relics, or if I just need to get like the right set of them. Because part of me is like, if I get 6 hours and I have the best title, then we can keep going, but if I don't have but I don't know how much it's gonna scale. I didn't realize that a Moz was going to show up there, and I was not ready to get back. I fell off the edge again. Yeah, that was just a bad vibes one. Maybe if I get to like 175 or something like that, and I still have like 1-star relic showing, or like I don't have like 2 rows done, then I can maybe consider just calling it early. Part of me is just like, I'm really hoping I can see if I can maybe just luck my way to getting the rest of them. But I'm also drastically losing optimism that that will happen. I think this is probably another bad one. Yeah, I was like, Optimist is me using charge and I could maybe like squeeze in enough orbs, but I just didn't have enough kills and I was at a bad spot. I'm gonna go ahead and just save a life there. And there's a win. I think this is the one that went like really well the last time I did it. I didn't realize Ray was doing his AoE, because he got frozen for a bunch of time. Also, apparently I knocked them out like immediately afterwards with my gadgets. I didn't realize how low I was on time. And I could not get back to fight all the mini-bosses in time. That was a better one until I got that random death from the explosion. And then I kind of just lost track of everything. And there's that floor done. Very clean start to this run. That was not what I wanted to hit when I got up there. And there's that floor done. And last one with full lives, so it's just kind of getting through time. And I thought I was gonna get through those ones faster. And there's a win. Let's see, at least like 2 more relics in the next like 10 minutes. Well, there's one, which finished up another one. $14 billion, and actually closer to 15 billion until I get another title, and it's the last title. Yeah, I feel like if I were to estimate how long until I get all the relics, it's probably going to be closer to like the 200 floor mark. Couldn't quite get away, so I tried to at least get rid of the sniper, but wasn't quick enough. And I saw the random missiles come in right as I was in danger. I think this is probably a wash. I just don't have anywhere near the amount of orbs I need. There wasn't like a whole bunch of enemies all grouped up that I could just run into, because I didn't have charge. It's kind of like if I don't get early momentum, then the run just kind of quickly falls apart. I saw I was in danger but couldn't get away. That was a little bit close. If I didn't do the wind up there, I would have probably lost, because I needed that egg to be in range for me to grab. Well, that was enough to probably give me a win, but it did cost me a life. We still have one more floor, which is kind of iffy. They both have to play it safe, but I also have to get good enough to win. And we won. I did have a emergency charge if it came down to it, but I did just kind of lock in and get the rest. It's also against where these runs aren't like particularly short. Like they're at least like 3 to 5 minutes per run, and that's assuming I don't die at any point. That's another 3-star. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12, 13, 14, 15 relics just of what I counted here. That would be 15 relics minimum in order to get all of them. Which is why I'm leaning towards I'm probably just not going to have enough time, and I really don't want to do another stream where I just do these same runs again. So I have just enough to get the 5 times damage, but I need materials. So that's probably going to be my next upgrade. Like, if it was giving me them as a guaranteed drop every time, then I would have probably already been done. But they didn't. There's enough orbs for me to win, I just need to reach them. And we got him. I need to save a full charge. And we got him. Not actually sure which thing finished off there, but I'm guessing it was I just did enough damage. And bad luck on the random bird spawn there. And I love how I just spawn into death. But we won. I couldn't get on the edge where I spawned in because the eel was on the entire platform. Yeah, so if I counted right, even best case scenario, I need 15 runs where I get perfect drops to complete the remaining list, and I'm not getting it. I'm kind of curious just to see how much 5 times damage is gonna look like as far as upgrading my weapon. And everything has a chance to freeze, and also, if they're frozen, I deal 5 times damage. Which are 2 kind of just huge buffs to get. And they would probably make the runs go much more consistent overall. Close to winning there, but not quite. So we got through with a charge, but I did lose a life because I got caught in AoE. Yeah, I think I'm gonna call it early today and go 20 more minutes and just see where I end up. Because I don't think I can physically finish up any individual thing that's left in my normal 2 hours that I would go. Couldn't get out of the AoE in time. And there's a win. Fortunately, I still have a floor left, and I did burn a life. I am real upset at how that went down. I knew that the Moz was there, but I didn't expect to like land on them at an angle with a small enemy hitting me. Like if the small enemy wasn't there, I would have probably been fine and just like bounced in a weird way. I couldn't get away and saw that there was a big mob there too late. I would have rather not use that, but I didn't think I was going to have a path to get to the raining eggs. It is I mean, it's nice that I got the true ending, but it's a little bit disheartening at like how much I'm still just missing, and I was kind of hoping I was going to make a bigger dent in the collectibles. And I got caught by something. I think there was like a big explosion I didn't see. And then I was in an AoE that I couldn't get out of. And I got stuck. I can't tell if these, I don't think these are scaling up, but it is very hard to tell. Like, I don't feel like they are. don't think there's enough orbs yet for me to win. Never mind, apparently there was. Unless the robot leg grabbed a couple that I missed. And we won. That went extremely well. Only one bit of danger at the end, and I just happened to clinch it with a big explosion. I got a little bit too greedy going forward, lost there. And I got into a danger spot and couldn't get away from the snipers. That was just a case of two bad occurrences, pretty much ruined the rest of that. And I had to burn my charge to, like, get away, and then running out of charge at the wrong time was what caused me to die the first time. I knew I couldn't get away from the sniper there from that angle. And I'm just not gonna get enough orbs. Two UFOs spawning like right in front of me was kind of a problem. Yeah, I think 6.5 hours is going to be when I start like wrapping it up. I'm in the middle of a run, I'm not gonna like bail on the run, but I'll probably like, if I'm between runs, the next one after that will be the last one. Also, it does feel like I'm just kind of falling a bit short on some of these, so I don't know if they are scaling up or if I'm just kind of getting out of it. Oh, there's wind. There's a lot of eels just kind of hanging around. And apparently won. Really want to get the end of this eel. That was a little bit too close, but we won. So like 2 to 3 more runs. Hoping to see at least another relic. Massive price increase for that one for a very good relic upgrade. 12 billion until I get the next tier. And we're just gonna keep rolling with them. Just let me on the zip line so I can go. This is another one of those where I just for some reason didn't get enough kills, even though I was pretty consistently bouncing between bosses. It's like I don't know if I just wasn't dealing enough damage or if I just wasn't getting enough grouped. There's that floor done. Much better that time. I do feel like this is definitely also a little bit more luck based as to what floors I can get through easily, because some floors I just don't feel like I'm built for. Like obviously I got through all of them, but some floors just don't feel like they mesh well with my build, and if I get them it's just more difficult for me to get through. I'm just not, even with the 5 times, I'm just not getting through these big guys quick enough. I think I got a little bit greedy there because I could have probably waited because I had plenty of time. So this is probably going to be the last run we do of the day. 169 is in... Actually, maybe one more after this. Assuming I win. And there's number 4 done. Okay, let's finish up trying to go for 169, and that'll be a nice spot to call it. Because there's still 4 relics that are 1 star. It does seem like I don't need all the relics to get the max title, but I guess it depends on how quickly they grow, but a couple of them have a few to scale up. A little bit closer than I like there. I ran out of ink and I couldn't quite heal up enough to get it. That was just me getting too greedy going for the mini boss, and I landed in a bad spot. There's that floor done, but that wasn't a great one. At least want to be whatever like this set is, mostly for funny number. If I had gotten the other side in time, I picked the wrong ramp. We'll try until I get this floor done. Like, this is one where I just needed to pick up those two orbs that are on the other side of the map and I would have won, but I didn't know that there were enemies over there I had gotten rid of. And forgot that I was on the second floor already. There's that floor done. We have full charge and 2 lives going into the last one. Actually, there's... Never mind, this was the first floor. I lost track of what numbers I was on. For some reason I was thinking for a second it started at like 66. There's that floor done, a nice safe run. So last floor with 2 lives in full charge. And forgot that there is a mod that starts in this one who can just delete me if I'm not careful. And a bit of bad luck there where I landed. And that's a win. So that isn't the most satisfying place to end off on. But I think it's going to be hours before I get to one that could be considered satisfying. And I don't have hours to put in. Yeah, let's just take a final stock. So 1 in the top row. 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12 relics in total until I were to finish. So that means even in the most optimistic I would need to go down 12 more floors. And that's assuming that every floor drops 1. Which is possible, but kind of unlikely. And 12 runs is like 36 floors, so I would be well into the 200s as an optimistic measure. So let's do like final stock of my upgrades that I have leaving off. I've already maxed out weapon power, so at this point it's just maxing out gadget parts. Obviously I didn't make all of these. I feel like I took off my range ability, but I can check. I did take off range. Like if there was a better version of this, I could upgrade that one. Did I craft twin shots, or is that a drop? Twin shots is a drop. This one, however, is not. So like if I were to find the 5-star like charge speed, I would be able to get that one equipped immediately. Yeah, I think that's gonna be where we call it a day. It is unfortunate that I couldn't get all the relics, but it's just too much. Maybe someday I'll consider coming back and finishing it up. But for now, I think I'm satisfied with just getting the true ending done. As I didn't even max out all the gadgets that I have on hand, but at least I got a few of them. Because I think if you like get all of these maxed, there's like a special screenshot that you get to show that you like collected everything. We'll check how we're doing on lore stuff. As I was 10 billion away from getting the final title. 71% of the way through just clearing waves of enemies. And weapons, 86 of 120, which are just random drops. So with that, let's see who's on raid. I think we're gonna go say hi to Zayden. Who's doing some Noida. So with that, probably gonna be cycling out Splatoon raiders until like I decide to just cave and get the rest of the collectibles, but that'll probably be when I just have absolutely nothing that I want to play, or when they announce like another Splatoon. Then I might just pick this one up to wrap it up and get warmed up. But with that, next Saturday I will be back with more Like a Dragon Infinite Wealth to just keep going through that one for the Platinum Trophy. Sunday will be more Beast of Reincarnation, and then probably gonna try to binge through Beast of Reincarnation, or I'm gonna pick up Onimusha Dono Dreams. I guess might do Dono Dreams one day and then just try to binge through Beast of Reincarnation to finish that up. That being said, thanks for hanging out. Go say hi to Zaid, and bye-bye.